Welcome to session number 40 of Tears of the Kingdom. We are currently at 95 shrines, 288 Koroks, and well on our way to unlocking a third Great Fairy after having completed the quest to find a flute player that was here over at the Highland Stable. Now we've got lots of options for where to go next. Obviously, one of the things that we'll want to do fairly quickly today is go all the way back to where our horse was actually left behind around the outskirts stable in order to unlock the fairy fountain over there. There is, of course, also the last fairy fountain that is over here at Dueling Peaks, which is quite close and might be readily accessible. We haven't been there at all yet, so that might be a place to go. And, of course, there are some reasons to go over here as well, because there's an existing stable investigation quest that's taking me over to the Dondons. That is across from Lakeside. So we've got lots to do. It's just a matter of discovering the order in which we want to do it. One thing that is on my mind as well is that we haven't explored this region at all, up in the high snowy mountains. And one thing that we'll eventually want to do there is see the final geoglyph cutscene that we appear to be missing. Anyway, that probably means, since we're fairly close by, that we should head over here and do the Highland Stable first. There's quite a bit of verticality here in terms of having to climb everywhere to get up over to Dueling Peaks, but we'll deal with it when it comes. I also have no recollection of why I pinned that. Something up in the sky, I'm sure. Oh, probably because of the Thunderhead Isles and our failed attempt to fly it previously. Alright, let's head. Let's play. And for the speed, we're going to take our golden horse. The only one we have at 4 speed. Despite her comparative lack of stamina. I think we had a Korok escort to do around here as well. A natural black cloud. Finally a clue about a lightning storm that we couldn't go through. Well, no idea how to disperse it just yet, so... Anyway, I don't actually remember if there was an additional Korok escort to do here. I mean, we've been to the stable so many times, maybe it's been accounted for already. But regardless, we will ride east. Nope. Whoops. Anyway, what do you have? We should actually buy more cheese. We'll buy more as we go as well. And fireflies, since we just gave 10 away, and that does take away from our bank for certain gear upgrades. I think we still needed more. A sticky frog, we've got plenty of those. And a check rhino beetle, we should actually buy some and just refuse to trade them for elixirs to beetle, because these are potentially hard to come by. But then we'll have to deal with beetles dialogue every time. No, we can leave it for now. We know where to get more. I do remember that being one of my roadblocks for gear upgrades in Breath of the Wild. But what precisely that was, I can't actually recall. So anyway, let's head down. Let's keep going. We will need to cross the canyon at some point in order to get to the Dondons on the northern bank. But we'll do that, and it will be also probably another stable problem to solve once we get to Lakeside, so let's do it. We previously just kind of sped through this area without doing very much. As I'm northeast from Lake Hylia. West Coast treasure, like all those rapid CC fans. Oh, like us, you mean? Oh, no, no. Don't let it hit doors. We haven't been very thorough about things like caves back here, of course. And we seem to be heading up towards the bridge, which is not actually where we want to go. Yeah, I missed a turn, I think. I missed a fork or a junction. Let's turn back around. We got a little bit diverted just now. Although, if we're taking the northern bank, maybe that'll work better. I don't remember if you can take the horse through there, to be honest. Maybe you can once you go to the Sharjah Bridge, yeah. That's okay, we'll hang left. Just so we're headed in the right direction this time. Once we get to the fork. Yeah, this was the junction that we missed. Rather prominent structures here that were probably more relevant in the previous game. And a lot that we haven't done yet in terms of cave exploration and the like. Anyway, let's continue. And let's see where else this will take us. This is new. Discovery. Finra Woods excavation site. Well, we have some batteries here. Stakes. I feel like there's going to be some challenge here that will involve building a flying machine, but I could be wrong. I mean, these parts could just be here as a courtesy. So that opens up. Does it stay open? I see. You need to build something that continues to spin this, perhaps. In order to run the generator. I understand that. In that case, we need to probably attach some wheels to it, or fins. Probably fins on either side, and then power it up that way. And we'll see what other parts we need beyond this point. Because that's going to propel this way. Then let's take something that's relatively benign. There we go. Pretty simple, actually. Lots of parts here in this repository as well. And look at that, bubble frog. This Bokubo is probably not going to be too useful. That's okay, let's just spend it. Is that enough, or do we need to poke it some more? There we go. Well, reasonably satisfying to have figured that out quickly. Kind of wondered if we should just harness a bunch of parts with us, just to save on some future construction. This is directly above where we came in, by the looks of it. Yeah, that gets us out. Because there's a lot of parts that could potentially be useful. This will remain open. Yeah, I don't really have a convenient wagon or anything for loading a lot of this, but some fans here, stakes, batteries, rockets. We could potentially build some kind of flying machine out of these parts. Anyway, given that this has a whole bunch of vehicle parts, we should actually mark this with something. I'm going to mark this with the sword. We've rarely marked depots for parts, so I marked this one because you could get all kinds of Zonai attachments for vehicles over there that can also be put onto weapons, but here, yeah, we'll just use that to mark a part stash that might potentially be useful if we are on a tight budget and we need to build, so. I mean, we're on a very tight budget right now, obviously. It's just a matter of whether we want to come here for more parts later on. Perhaps. Also, past this point, maybe we can see how feasible it is to get up top. So what way are we facing north? Yeah, because let me scout here for a moment. Here, there's a pathway that will sneak around this guy. Or just whack him. We're gonna be too loud if we jump beyond and behind him, but okay. Well, we can do that too. Missed a sneak strike, it would have been a one shot. A fairly good one at that. We're close enough here that we should just leave the horse because we'll be back with horse soon enough anyway. Might be easier not to take it through here. We're trying to go to the north side, although we might have missed that opportunity already. This would be where we cross, in fact. And here, we'll just insert that in the bottom corner. Like this. Could potentially make a riverboat in a canyon, it's just that the canyon walls are going to be relatively high. Anyway, we'll go for the Don point. We'll hopefully eventually understand how to actually flip Luminous into gems when we get over there. But makes sense to just go on foot for a little bit from here. Notice that this piece seems to go up to the Thunder Isles, and that island there, I don't know if we'd previously seen. It's pretty close to Thunderhead. It might have been one that we were trying to hit previously on our adventure into the storm. Yeah, lots of falling parts all over the place. We should check some of those eventually, but we're just, again, completely broken Zonite right now, and so doesn't quite seem like the right time for a sky adventure. But we'll follow this ridge over to the Dondons. And by this ridge, I mean while also checking the cliff signs as diligently as we usually do. And yeah, there is a bit of a crossing up there that we could have taken with the horse, but I think we'll be fine up here. And we've been to some of this previously because this is where we fell out of the sky after attempting to explore the Thunderhead Isles. Well, we just kind of sped through it that time, and, you know, we'll see what this leads me to in terms of a cave, because we haven't discovered a cavern around here, as we can see. So, possibly, we'll find something new. This appears over here. I feel like we had seen that happen before, and I didn't wind up determining where the entrance would be. Could be along the water, perhaps. Yes, it is. Let's check it. This seems like a rather deep one. Yeah, the excavation points seem to have lots of vehicle parts, in fact. Lots of them. What a gallery. Yeah, maybe we don't need to be marking every single one of them if we just remember that the excavation caves are the ones that allow me through. Looks like this is... yeah, it's kind of like these are mini shrines in the open world that have very similar item logic to them. Looks like the idea is to get some kind of battery charge off of this. If we have a way to store it. And then we need to connect to this switch over here. So that shouldn't be too difficult. None of all these pieces will actually be conductive. It might not be, actually, because... but what we can do is we can use a stake. Because then we can pin some of these pieces over on the wall and have them make contact that way. And that way, move this slightly down. And still be able to complete the charge here. There we go. Very nice. These caves in this region have this very distinct identity to themselves that is very much their own. Look at this. Goes further down. This is something new. I said we don't need to climb up a slippery cliff, but I would like to check the vehicle parts again first, just to see if there's anything especially promising. Yeah, I can maybe put one of these carts on top of one of the existing wheels and then just have a vehicle we can drive. No steering sticks, though. We've got a pretty big stash ourselves, but having lots of fans is, of course, very nice for purposes of potentially building flying machines, but that's okay. We'll mark the excavations accordingly. Actually, yeah, no, we'll probably remember that the excavation sites are what they are, that they actually do give you many vehicle parts, since, you know, these are technically zonized structures here in the neighboring ruins. So yeah, rather easy thing to miss. But we missed a thunderwing. We actually do need more butterflies in general for gear upgrades. But occasionally we'll miss. Some of these trees look very prominent. Too slippery to climb right now though, even with the slip resistance gear that we have started to pick up. And yeah, we'll just follow this over to the Don Don camp. These incredibly overhyped legendary creatures that still won't give me any gems. Of course, we only checked that one time. Did I ever mark the lightning glow? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. In that location. Yeah, that's the one over here. It's a bit exposed, I think. We're unlikely to fight that with a longer range bow since we don't have a way to compensate for the elevation gain phase on open, flat terrain like that. And, aha, there's another bridge over here. We'll just continue on this side. Eventually, probably just follow this trail up. This kind of goes towards the ruins, but I think there should be a connecting path that will eventually get us over to the remaining fountain. There's another bunny. I think that's just pointing me to this cave that we've already seen, though. Oh, somebody's fighting. It seems extremely vulnerable to lightning, so we'll hold it accordingly and also loot some bananas while we're here. Oops, standing too close. You're very much alive. And I'll definitely take that. And yeah, the CC enthusiast. Wonder if that'll complete a set with my current hat, in fact. This is the set we can expect around here, and let me, in fact, show off my fashion for just a moment. I think they only have the incidental dialogue, though. In the past year, they'll say, oh, another CC piece, or something like that. I want to learn to recognize it. Not all of them do. That's right, we'll stay on Sheik for the time being. Too bad the CC hat is not upgradable. I was really hoping it would be. Given that it kept us company in this file for so long. As our main headgear of choice. Now, is that already in a Don Don camp? It might be. Or is that a bit further along? Oh no, this is the... Okay, this is Slayer camp. That's alright, we see another bunny over there. I think that's just going to lead me to the cave I've seen, though, given our proximity to it. Pretty sure that will be the case. Yeah, we've been here. And we can just go around it. Or even ascend through it. It might have been a better play. Just fire fruit. Actually, yes. Let's just ascend through it. We've been here. Nice cave, but we'll see that. We'll just keep going. Here in the persistent thunderstorm. Yeah, it looks like a lot of electricals off us, just shielding themselves with lightning. We should, in fact, consider farming some of them for tails, but currently we should direct our attention to just continuing a bit further along here. Yeah, our destination is going to be right across from the stable, so let's go up further. Fairly close to where one of the towers was in the last game. One that actually set quite low in terms of elevation. Yeah, this looks like a recipe for slipping like crazy. If we get started on more of the froggy set. Which we're already partly wearing. Anyway, that's cleared up though. Funny how waiting it out will just work. Okay, let's just climb. Very patiently. We'll have plenty of stamina to spare, but let's take it cautiously anyway. And we'll continue following the cliffside. Rock to rocks galore. We should, in fact, pounce some of these from time to time, but I really want to use my good bow against them. So this looks awfully suspicious. It's probably nothing. Oh, hot-footed frog. We should have picked that up before losing track of it. Oh, too late now. Definitely a corner puzzle. Let's finish the corner. Fairly easy to miss that. Search select, still no glider? Nope, still no glider. We've got 95 shrines so far. I skipped 4 of them so far, but at least some of them are probably possible. I just didn't know much about the game at the time. So I could go back to them and clear at least some, I think. Am I using the map at all? Occasionally to find directions. I never picked up the map tool either because I know it's supposed to be at Lookout Landing and we just haven't gone to Lookout Landing. But we've obviously been using the map for a lot of navigational purposes, just using our knowledge of the terrain. And of course we've been mapping the depths as well, because that naturally comes from hitting the light routes. But yeah, usually if I'm in the overworld, it's not too hard to get a sense of direction just from landmarks. When I am in the depths, it's trickier, and so I find that I'm opening up a map quite a lot just to see which way I'm facing. Simply because in the depths you don't have obvious markers like Death Mountain, Hyrule Castle, etc. that allow you to find your way at a glance. But yeah, we'll eventually compromise on a glider when we want to mop up 100% of the shrines, which I will want to do. But, you know, it's become such a part of the accidental identity of this run that I thought we may as well just stick with it and see what we can do. And try some alternate methods to certain puzzles and generally experiment. Oh. Oh, why, thank you. Very kind of you. Let's sign on. Okay, so this is where we wanted to go. Glowing like luminous stone, and we have some amber to pick up, I suppose. Okay, so we do have a quest to complete now, which we didn't previously. Sanctuary for Dondons, yeah. Needs to go tromping after her. Aha, here we go. Here's the quest. They should probably give me the second piece of the Froggy set at this point. Hardly a mountain of the beast. So it seems like we only really got 2 pieces of amber. Oh, we've got more over there. I guess we did just trade luminous for amber, which gold-wise, money-wise, rupee-wise, I guess, is not actually that good a trade, but we'll see. It might have a probability of dropping rare gems or something, and we will see. Soar along. Okay, I guess they did leave some deposits behind. Oh, look, ruby. Yeah, because previously we fed them a whole bunch of luminous, just in case they would leave me anything when I eventually got back. I still don't think it's a particularly good trade, though. You know, unless they start giving me diamonds or something. So, we probably won't indulge them further. For now. Because it's better to probably keep my luminous in case it is necessary for gear upgrades we don't know about yet. It does mean that we should probably just head over to the stable across to pick up the associated quest over there. That we can do quite easily. Let me just make sure we're not missing anything else. Yeah, here, if we take a dive across, we can just ascend up to the bridge. We know how to do that. Might need to switch to swimming clothes on the way. No, I think it's better to just come across here and cross the water. Which we'll probably need to do twice. And we've done all the cave systems over here. Interestingly enough, we never put a tick mark on Rhode Island Lakefront Tunnel, which means I should probably check it again for any bubble frogs, because this is a sure sign that I missed one. So you know what? Let's do that. Let's not bother with the waterfall climb right now. Too much of a fuss. Try to get out of that, even though we do have a method. Of course, if it rains on my climb, then that'll be a different story. See how this goes. So the idea is that I'll check the lakefront tunnel again. It seems to be one of the cabins where we previously mined lots of luminous and defeated one of the three brothers from the last game. This was quite some time ago at this stage. But we can still do it without getting washed away by the current. One hopes. Yeah, there's something over there. We'll definitely try it. Put on our swimming clothes while we're at it. And that makes life quite a bit easier, especially with the stamina consumption. Even if we are missing one piece of Zora set currently. Yeah, this is obviously going to be something. I grabbed that before all gets washed away. Not very much, but you never know. We might need it later. So anyway, go anywhere interesting? I don't know, but we'll check this location here. Whole lot of nothing. Alright. Guess it was just supposed to be a lift. And that might be something that's fairly prominent, but... Woodeye Lakefront Tunnel? Yeah, we want to go slightly upwards. We can. I'll just cross up top. So much for the Cryonis waterfall ladders and staircases that we built in the previous game. It was very satisfying to figure that out myself. I remember I did it pretty much in this area because it was, of course, under constant rain until you deactivate it in Breath of the Wild. And before I ever hit the tutorial shrine telling you so, I kind of figured out the various mechanics for the Cryonis staircase. Just used that to traverse waterfalls all over the place long before we had the Zora armor. James D, welcome. Yeah, James D, we're well on our way to getting the third ferry up and running, but I'm close enough to some exploration here that I may as well tie up a few loose ends. Since it seems like we're missing at least one bubble frog in a very nearby cave. Not this one, although I remember this exit point. It'll be this one over here, Rhode Island Lakefront. And we should probably just send her to waterfall, but oh, no. Don't really want to deal with it, so... Oh. Now let's see, before they all die on me, let's... Yeah, we actually got lots of the ice fruit, so... Oh, come on. Not gonna be much of a trade, I suppose. That'll be decent. Yeah, we already technically unlocked the third one, we just haven't gone back over to the correct area yet, which we will do at some point. Okay, we do want to go upstairs. Better to climb than to ride a waterfall, but we can still ride a waterfall, so... Why not? Let's do it for once. But my technique for getting out of these is not really meaningfully improved, as you can see. There we go. At least we didn't slip all the way down this time. Did we ever interact with this one? Yeah, we got Korok over there. Where that lakefront is what we're going for, so we'll head over there instead, hopefully without falling. I think it was a lower entrance anyway, but we'll need some elevation just in case. Also, did I ever interact with this? Doesn't look like it. It's just a whiz rope fight. I think this platform here used to be a Lionel fight in the last game, but has since been downgraded. Anyway, we'll wrap around, we'll look for the lakefront tunnel, and we'll see if we can locate that bubble frog that we apparently didn't check off. We massively overshot. It's actually down there. That's okay, we'll take us Maracudas in the meantime. We need their eyes. Whoop. I don't want to stand there. That's okay, we'll drop some lightning on these guys. In fact, if we get Riju, that'd be ideal. Whoop. Let's actually heal up. Didn't expect to get poked that hard. Just clear some of this food. There we go. Very invulnerable to lightning and to drowning. Did I drown the other one too? I feel like I must have, yeah. Alright, I guess the lakefront tunnel was the one that was down from there. These boulders look suspicious though. Very, very suspicious. We should probably check them. Oh yeah, it would be near. Yeah, that. We've collected a lot more of those bugs. We're at a lakefront tunnel. That's around here, yes? Yeah, this body of water right here. Okay, now we're only coming back here because we don't have the check mark for the bubble frog, which tells me I missed something. And due to that, we should just mine it in the meantime. I don't remember if this was the brothers' fight that was in the dark. It might have been. Which would maybe explain why I missed something. We'll check all these platforms before going too far down. And just take things down run by run before we really fall in. Yeah, this is the one where we want the glow suit, in fact. I think it does fall into water, if I recall, but probably want to go in gently, just in case we miss something on the way down. We'll probably just miss something in the dark, though. I believe it's a water landing here. With one boss fight that should not be too much trouble. We've done it before. And we'll light the place up just in case. As it is, after all, the bubble frog that we're missing. Given the nature of the caverns here, maybe it's not surprising that we would have missed it. Because yeah, maybe we just hit the boss and got out and didn't check the rest of this properly.
Yeah.
So we do have the Shining Step set bonus. Not entirely sure we've really seen it pay off yet. But again, we're here for the frog. Yeah, this is a big luminous mine. That also has the mini-boss fight, or at least did. Yeah, it's still here. Okay, that means we'll come back here after we check the other caverns for the bubble frog, because I'm sure that's what we missed. We can always come back here and grab more luminous. We just need to check some of this first. Check it properly. Because I could have just never come here, perhaps. This is, I believe, where we came in. Does that mean we checked everything? I guess. Wouldn't be surprised if there was something in that shaft. Yeah, let's just check everything to be extra thorough. It's probably behind one of the luminous walls, in fact. And we just missed it previously. Anyway, we're perfectly able to fighting this. Now let's just kill him. And yeah, we can go spike wall. Read you, if you please. I think this was the weakest of them anyway. This will go down really quickly. That's okay, because we'll get a new sword off him. quite easily. I thought we had checked all these walls, but if we didn't, then that's probably what was responsible for the bullfrog location, so let's... It's kind of silly to use the 44 bow for something like this, but we'll use it. I'm trying to see if we can find an opening. It will reveal a frog. I thought we'd checked all of this, but I was also very low on ammunition when it was last year, I think. Also, was this where we came in? I think it is. As we would have dropped in, but that's potentially means there are more places to go. Let's check it. Yeah, I was here a long time ago. I was here weeks ago. But we missed a bubble frog somewhere in this cave, so I'm trying to search around for it. Because we know that we didn't get a check mark on this one, so I want to find it. Of course, we can loot a whole bunch of luminous while we're here. Yeah, there's a frog. It's not hiding behind any of these, I don't think. It might have been on the drop down. That is actually what I most suspect. It's something that we would have very easily overlooked. But we'll look around just in case. Any entrances or exits that feel particularly sealed? Might also be an ascension point out of some of these. That's a very important consideration. Maybe it's outside of that first level of the rim, but no, I feel like we would have seen that for sure on the way down. Yeah, so we just never got the indication on this that we completed it fully. I do kind of hear the frog. I thought I heard it anyway. I think there is a minor sound effect. You listen very, very closely. There we go. That's it. Found it. Glad we came and searched. Yeah, well, I'm glad that my sound is working well enough today that you can also hear the audio cue for something very subtle like that, where previously I wasn't really even using audio cues to find them. But here it did turn out to be necessary, so... Also, don't we have our sword here? We'll put something better on it eventually. For the moment, we'll make it a tree-chopping axe. We'll do something else with it when the time comes. Anyway, let's head back up. Maybe we should just finish mining that luminous. See if we can find our way around. Yeah, probably not a big deal to smash some weapons against this. But we'll try to do it efficiently. Not really that many pieces of luminous even after a big explosion like that, so might not be worthwhile after all. Oops. Previous game, they were very useful for that one particular upgrade to the skeletal set. I don't think we've seen them take a similar relevance here yet, but of course we're very far along when it comes to fairy upgrades, so I think we'll just head back up. Oops. All the way back out, if we can. Well, that resolves that problem. We can probably get back out of the glow clothes at this point. And into something else. Let's go back to the swim clothes, in fact. With a lightning helm for good measure. It's been upgraded well beyond my other lightning helm. And of course, it isn't nearly as stylish. Let's wear this. And yes, that's right, I know where I am. Now here's the thing. Now we could go back down to the stable, but we're actually fairly close to just hitting the remaining fairy fountain instead. Since we gained so much elevation, maybe it makes sense to stay up here for now. And continue where we've gone. Otherwise we'd just be going all the way back down to waterfalls, right? And just causing a lot of inconvenience for ourselves. Let's just keep going. And eventually we'll want to go back down to Lakeside Stable for whatever news story is being investigated there. But today, our objective is just to get the ferries up and running, and that will hopefully be sorted soon. We'll see how this goes. Okay. Lots of elevation here. Let's see where we can take it. Probably just check the highest point. I don't know if we've been here previously. But we're quite close to a shrine that I have not done. Or so I think. Here's a core point. Oops. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be using the royals yet. Eventually. Whoops. We'll eventually want more lightning immune bows, but we do want to save some of those high damage ones for things like Leok fights, because having damage in the 40s actually makes a tremendous difference. Because one attachment, you get 50 some damage, and from there, ain't so much plain sailing. Interesting. Body of water over here. That looks like a place to ascend through, potentially. Is that what we marked with a star? It's not a shrine, but maybe I marked... I would have marked it as a star if it were something like a cave entrance, so we should look for something like that. Look at all those explosives down there, very juicy. If we get into a fight. Yeah, it looks like the idea probably is that you ascend into that structure through some kind of side entrance. So no, I didn't mark a shrine there, but I appear to have marked a cave. In relation to this cave, we'll see. We'll check this first. Couple of offering bowls. It seems like it's just a card puzzle. Fill in the apples. Maybe a little more accurately. Oh, come on. Not exactly basketball here. What does a Korok seed taste like? It is said that these seeds are not for eating, but rather for other reasons a treating. Like making potions that bring forth good cheer, or enhancing weapons to make them strike clear. I don't think that's actually what they're used for, but okay. That's maybe a reasonable surmise. Check some of this too before we go down to that one spot I'd marked. Yeah, Natcat, they were just storage expansions in our first game. They are likely, you know, yeah, for your weapons, shields, etc. Bows. They're likely performing the same function in this game as well, we just never got around to upgrading. Because we haven't found appropriate NPC yet. I'm sure I'll run into him somewhere obvious eventually. Even in Breath of the Wild, it took a long time to actually run into Histu for the Korok upgrades, because the kind of light tutorial path where he was situated was one of the last places on the map I checked when I was doing a full sweep to get everything mapped out and climb all the towers. Anyway, speaking of towers, we're not climbing that yet because we have no reason to. We will get around here to see if we can do something about that one base. Also, is there anything in here? There is the fish. We actually do need more fish for upgrades. This high roll bass or something. Roll bass, look at that. We do need it. As Zora said. So we shouldn't just skip over anything. We still haven't found a Zora set helm, but I'm sure eventually. Well, we'll see how to get into this structure. Very curious. It's okay. We'll look around carefully for things like cave entrances, or maybe I just marked it because it looks suspicious. Oh, examine. Oh, yes, that's right. This is the piece that fell down from the sky. That's right. We did lower this previously. That's why we marked it with a star. Yeah, that's why we marked it with a star, because this is the one that it ran into with a glider up above, and we activated this point and sent it plummeting. I cannot read it. Well, that doesn't help. I'll only have to take a picture of it eventually. Yeah, okay. No, that's what we did. So, that's right, we dropped this from above. And we still can't really do anything with it right now, so let's go up this hill instead. Anyway, that looked fairly obvious. Alright, I do see a stable down there. It looks very much like the Dueling Teaks stable, and possibly we'll see a shrine nearby, probably a tutorial shrine associated with the stable. And a fairy fountain right there, which will be associated with a quest and an instrument. So let's go down for that. Oh. That could have gone worse, I suppose. This canyon goes down quite a ways. Well, we'll see if we want to lose that much elevation right now. I mean, that tree looks worth checking. And we've got a raid coming in. For all of you over there. And welcome Itchy Knee as well. I assume that you probably saw some of yours get played. And I hope the puzzle making has been fine on your end. We've been rather behind with maker puzzles, as you can see, because I've been rather trapped in this game for the last few weeks. Your sound on Twitch is not working. It's not me, is it? It's just... your ability to hear? Yeah, hopefully my sound is fine for other people watching. But anyway, in case Krakowski can't hear my commentary at all, someone can tell him I said hello. Also, we're starting to slip here. We should put on the froggy clothing. Rack ended his stream frustrated on one of your puzzles. Was it the same one that I didn't solve a few weeks ago? Because there was one that I kind of had to postpone on the last stream that I did before Zelda, I recall. But that was also the really tired day that I had where I solved just about nothing. Not that one, I see. Yeah, well, I mean, if it's something more recent, I should take a look. You will have a nap and fire the missiles. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Also, I'm running out of juice here pretty quickly. Let's make sure I can actually get across. I don't want to spend any of these. Not that desperate. Oh, yes, I am. Oh, yeah. No, I got it. Just barely. And yeah, Krakowski, get some sleep. Thank you so much for bringing your crew. And yeah, definitely looking forward to a puzzle catch-up at some point after I've had my fill of streaming this game. Which might not be for some time, but we're making good progress. Some things have come together very quickly, all of a sudden. So... Alright, let's maintain elevation until we actually get closer to peaks, perhaps, so we can approach everything from up top. We haven't really been to this area at all. And look at that, the waterfall point actually looks like it might even touch down here. It might just be totally ascendable instead of being something that you need to fly into, so we should check that. What island even is that? Well, we'll find out. If we stop rushing the climb. Is that if we stop rushing the climb? There we go. Yeah, because it looks like it just falls directly into that pool and we could just go up that island. Which is unusual. We haven't seen entry points quite that convenient before. And of course, I say convenient, not knowing whether we can do to dive properly coming out of that. We should, in fact, switch to skydive boost when we go up. And I'll also need to switch out of the froggy clothes over to the Zora suit in order to go up anyway. Well, this is something potentially quite new. Whoops. Uh-oh. I was very close to completing that just now. That's okay, we'll slide this until stamina's restored. There we go. Yeah, slip resistance isn't perfect. But we'll make it. So yeah, this looks like it just gives me an ascension point. Very easily, in fact. Skyworld for beginners, really? best entry points we've seen so far. I should almost certainly mark it. But we'll check the summit first. Oh, we've been here. We did check that guy. What we didn't see for some reason... Ah, yes, that's right, because we came down just now, in fact. For some reason, I didn't see the waterfall, but maybe it's only true while raining. It could be a waterfall that's only here while raining, which is an idea that does have some precedent elsewhere that we've seen. No wonder I didn't see it previously then, because maybe the rain is required to activate it. Which case, let's switch over. And let's switch over to skydive pins just in case. I suspect we'll want that. Alright, let's hopefully have the ability to dive out of this one. Oh, there we go, almost. A close call here. There we go. We have been here, which is fine, because we're not going to get something expensive like Tireless Frog all the time. I don't believe we have any treasures or anything, but this is basically a convenient demarcation point for traversing more of the sky, if we had any vehicle parts, which we don't. It's a very easy way to get back up. Right under... Ah, yes, this is actually a ferry point. You remember that now. But we are just not seeing it as a ferry point because I already have ferries in my bag. But yeah, this is one of those points at which you can just easily come up to the sky. It's right beside the Zonate Forge Island, and that's in fact why we crossed here previously. That zone over there looks like is the original Great Sky Island, so this is, given sufficient battery life, also a demarcation point to get back to the Temple of Time. And I think we have seen a lot coming out of this location, though. We've done that shrine. Underhead's not really accessible yet. I suppose we might have missed a few things in this direction, because that's quite far. Like I said, we just don't have the vehicle parts to really do a long flight right now. Specifically, we don't have the Zonite. No, we can scan here anyway. This was a bit of an unexpected return to an old location. Well, we'll have to remember it, and yeah, this is facing south. We could probably, with the skydive pants, get a pretty decent flight out of here too. In terms of landing not just the waterfall pool, but perhaps beyond that. So this is the waterfall pool over here, but potentially we can dive just a little bit further to towards the fairy fountain. And we can see about that and see how maneuverable we're going to be, because it is a fairly long way up. Let me read this carefully. Yeah, that's the shrine over there. Those are the dueling peaks that we're facing right now. Can we hit water? We'll see. With skydive pants, we might actually be able to reposition quite well. Star fragment. We should go for that. Okay. There we go. Caught it in midair. Very fancy. I hope we can actually see some water. I can't determine where we're going yet, and we might get solid ground if I'm not careful. There we go. Beautiful footing. Lost a lot of elevation, of course, but catching the star fragment on the way down was well worth it. That's the second time I've done that, actually. I think that's definitely part of the design, that sometimes you just get a star fragment with you. I remember this bear. From the first game, in fact. This is... We've ridden a bear elsewhere in this game. No, don't kill it. Don't kill it. I'm trying to mount. Come on. Let's scare it off like that. We don't need bear meat that badly. Come on. Come on. All of you are poking the bear. That's not how to fight. How to mount it. Stop poking the bear. Should actually just take these guys off. And fire them for trying to poke the bear while I'm attempting to ride it. There we go. Alright. There we go. Much better. So the last time we rode a bear in this game, many weeks ago, we were instantly struck by lightning. It cooked the bear into a seared steak, and naturally we just ate it. This time around I'll actually get to ride it, which is nice. Despite all my companions trying their best to poke it. Absolutely no sense of how to get around in a wilderness. Let's not accidentally dismount. I want to ride it over to a stable if we can, just to get the stable to react. Yeah, I believe this was one of the original locations in Breath of the Wild where you could mount a bear. Maybe even the only location. We found another one in this game up in Akala. Actually, we do need to find a ford or a bridge or something across here, because if we dismount, we'll just let go of it. Also, it does kind of have a mind of its own and doesn't handle too well, but... We can even take it to the Great Ferry over here, but I think... Yeah, we'll skip the enemy base for a moment. I also just want to take this over to a stable if we get. No, not over here. There's no salmon run this time of year. Come on. Back up. Here's the Great Ferry. Very easy location for it, in fact. Right by the stable. No elevation gain. I mean, this is technically probably a tutorial zone anyway, like it was in the first game. Little twin bridge. Yeah, so this is our first time back in this neck of the woods. And here's the kingdom. Hasn't much changed. But, oh, why is this bridge blocked? It's not nice. Big twin bridge and little twin bridge. Well, I mean, if you're forcing me through the peaks, I guess we'll abide by that. because otherwise the bear will be a bit difficult to steer.
Ho, ho.
If I can't cross here, we'll just cross
Ha.
on the other side instead.
Ha. Ho. Ho, ho.
No, I just want to take it to the stable just to see the dialogue. In case it has changed at all.
Ha. Ho, ho.
Been a while since we've ridden a bear.
Ho.
It's really quite nice once you get to know it.
Ho, ho. Ha.
Come on. They handle very poorly. I don't actually remember if there is an appropriate crossing on the other end of the dueling peaks. There should be. I just want to stay with the bear as long as possible. Let's scout this area. We'll do this all again afterwards. There's a Korok over there, for instance. Enemy encampments on the other side.
Ho, ho.
We'll wrap around. I really just want to cross the river so we can get the stable, but you know, if we can't, then we can't. Yeah, a little frightened of the bear. That's okay. We understand. And yeah, there's a lot to see here as well, this whole structure. This seems to be a Zonai depot of some sort. There isn't really a good convenient way to cross. Maybe we should have just gone back. Let's see. Yeah, because the big twin bridge is supposed to be over here, but and we've kind of blockaded it. There really isn't a good place to cross for a long time, in fact. You have to go all the way around. Maybe we should attempt to cross there. Or even further up. Along this coast to here. And double back. The things we do to see one line of dialogue. Bear should be able to swim, but can he do it while I'm riding on the back? Yeah, because how else are the bears going to catch fish, right? Out here just in time. Oh, she's afraid of the bear. So, not selling me shrooms apparently until I take the bear away. Not too bad. Alright, let's try to cross the big twin bridge. Maybe it is crossable, but it did look pretty blockaded, so. The bear does kind of have a mind of its own when I'm trying to steer it sometimes. As you might expect. Yeah, as with deer and moose, though, I think if you let go of it, it will run away, so. Remember the guy who had a bear as his best man for a wedding? I feel like I've heard of that, but I don't recall firsthand. It rings a very distant bell. Seems like a rather risky thing to do, to have a bear as the best man at your wedding. The result might be rather grisly. Oh, you don't want to deal with it either? Okay, fine. Of course, it keeps trying to go through the water. Here's the thing, is that I try to cross the big twin bridge over here. I'll definitely be shot at. The bear is shot at, it might bug me off, so. Gotta be pretty cautious here. Well, Feral Semi-Pro. Okay, I don't know it. Guess maybe mounts will not cross. Alright. And we're gonna take the bridge that is much further down. Oh no. Oh no you don't. Oh, come on. Come on, little twin bridge. Turns out bears don't really have power steering. Come on. Let's go. Okay, so we cross over here, we have to ride quite a long ways to get to the next bridge. I'm doing this entirely so I can see if I can bring it to the stable. We obviously don't really need to do this for any practical purpose whatsoever. I just want to get it across the river. And in fact, we might be rather obstructed from doing so. Even if we do have a quick dip in the shallows. Maybe there is a shallow ford here somewhere that we can just cross. Nah, terrain doesn't quite look friendly for that. You basically need to design your own bridge here in advance before you capture the bear. And spawning range could potentially be an issue for that. Well, let's see if we're allowed to take it across somehow. Just mess around a bit more. Activate the whole camp while we're at it. Nope, looks like we can't really continue here either. Surprisingly hard to get barrages to cross somewhere. Yeah, you have to follow it way up. The bear in semi-pro killed a trainer. That's also probably unpleasant. Oh, oh, now they're going for my bear. I just used the bear to charge her. Trying to beat up my bear. There's no way to treat a bear. Actually, yeah, because of elevation gain, I think I probably can't cross the river. It might not be possible. Because the next bridge is, in fact, quite a ways up. That's too bad. I was really hoping to get it to the stable. But it is going to run away. Maybe we can just release the bear and get it to fight. Let's see what we can do. Make this work. I mean, maybe it was the right idea in the first place to try to take the long, long way around. Broxton Bridge, Alden Bridge, because at least you're reasonably short, there's going to be flat terrain. This is a sunk cost fallacy. Talking that, you know, we've already put so much effort into doing this silly thing, we might as well
Ho, ho.
see it through properly and explore the map while we're at it. I guess we will try to wrap around the other side. Might be a long ride.
Ho, ho.
Totally not really worth it. No way is that guy gonna hold his own.
Ho, ho. Ho.
Bad memories of bears and playing Skyrim. I don't remember the bears in Skyrim. I did play Skyrim many, many years ago. Given my play style, it won't surprise you to know that I think I put about 40 hours in Skyrim and never went to Whiterun. But yeah, I played it years and years ago, and I'm sure I encountered bears, I just don't really have any particularly memorable associations with them.
Ho, ho.
But yeah, I saw a pretty good chunk of the Skyrim map. I just predictably didn't do anything with the main quest.
Ho.
You never completed the main story either, and you put nearly 300 hours in. Yeah, that's the way to play. That's how you know the game is giving you a proper sense of agency.
Ho, ho.
Maybe this is crossable. Too much water here. I think we actually have to go a long, long way around. Since we're not dismounting, we're also skipping over a lot of things that usually stop me dead in my tracks. Come on. Have we hit our limit yet? No, we haven't.
Ho, ho.
Oh, no, no. Okay, it's dead. Poor thing. Alright, we didn't make it. Well, we can always eat it afterwards. Can't see a thing. Yeah, poor bear. I guess we'll go back to actually doing things now. I feel like I'd be too close here for lightning. And then we'll whack it with something. I mean, I don't really want to spend something really good on this guy. But oh, he hits hard. Let me just over here. A shock fruit instead. He's gonna hit me pretty hard here, so let's go shields up if we can. In case he does a spit attack, which was going to be attempted. Indeed. Okay, shields down. Why are we even using the construct shield, by the way? I want to save that. Yeah, the armor shard shield does do a bit of counter, of course, but oh, I'm gonna chop down a tree. Serves you right for killing my bear. Oh, not quite right. Down on. Never had any trouble with these, but we're a bit impatiently here, so. Anyway, let's make it back to the dueling peaks. It'll be just like old times, following the quasi-tutorial path in Breath of the Wild that we obviously never took the first time. I think the Dueling Peaks tower in that game was one of my last. How many arrows am I on anyway? It must be still over 400. Good. The whole point was to build up a huge arrow stash. Depths adventure later. That has remained true. Good enough. Has you stick in a fan and get down the water that way. There's also a sail, but the current is not going in the way I want, so. So we could just speedboat through this. Anyway, we never took a look at this, so let's inspect. Well, 3 different heights of blocks here. That looks suspicious. Oh, construct. The sacred shrine entrusted me. Give keys born of water to the 3 altars. The sacred shrine will appear. Heed these words and offer keys to all 3 altars. Keys born of water, I mean, natural thing is just look at the water. Anything we can pick up. Rockets. That might just be a plank over there. Keys born of water, very interesting. Oh, 3 slabs. Keys born of water, it's going to be ice. You need to take ice, you melt it partly, you slot it in. It is going to be what it is. A actually feel quite confident about that. In fact, this might even be a frost emitter, right? It is a frost emitter, yeah. So we just make some ice panels. We can melt some of them slightly, but for the most part, we'll just slot one in at the appropriate scale. Looks correct to me. Rather like this puzzle. One of the only ones in this game that has been a bit of a verbal riddle. Much like the cast accordion puzzles in the first game. Seen very little like that so far. Now this will have melted slightly at room temperature, and that's okay because that is what we want. It's actually slightly big. Okay, there we got it. We need a nearby heat source. It's pretty clear what to do. Just drop one of our flame weapons. It'll work like that instead. And just slow cook it. Yep, you just hold it. We'll just hold it again until it fits. Yeah, Netcat, the combat shrines in this game have a lot more variety. It's not just Guardian bosses. They are very specific and highly individuated challenges. I'm very happy with them this time. Because it's true that in Breath of the Wild you'd get into a lot of situations where you just say, oh, it's a major Guardian, guess we're backing off. But here, no. I found them to be one of the highlights of the experience. Well, that was quite nice. I'm pretty fond of this puzzle and solution here. Magnificent. Anyway, here we go. Given that we solved the overworld puzzle, I'm assuming this might just be a freebie. Another Raru's blessing, perhaps? Well, we'll find out. And that's the case. Okay, hopefully something I can pick up. Very nice. another one in the bank. The crazy thing is that we still have so many slots to fill when it comes to hearts. Because weren't they arranged in rows of 15 and 15-ish in the first game, depending on your heart buff? This looks like it's going way further than that. Now because, yeah, I've already got 19 hearts I'm sitting on it. It's just the first row. Could have seriously been going 20 and 20. I mean, it might not fill it completely because in the first game, too, it didn't. Beginning to wonder if it's going to be 120 around this time or even more, but we'll find out. Because between the ones that I've skipped and the ones that are in the sky and the ones that we've scouted already, feels like we're on a fairly good pace to whiz right past the 120 mark. And I really had no idea. I mean, I don't want anybody to tell me either, but I definitely had no concept of how many Koroks or shrines were in this game. Again, I was avoiding all information, particularly including any information about scale. It does make one wonder. Okay, let's get you together. Oh, no. So I haven't got to it first. Anyway, here we are. Really, let's... I just do a 1-for-1 trade. 1 for 2? Okay, we'll take it. Alright, anyway, let's go for the Varian stable and whichever quest is associated with the Varian lock. Might need to run around the map a bit more if the previous entries were any indication. Let's give it a poke. Oh, fine, we'll just do it ourselves. I don't know why I always find it so satisfying to pull off, but I do. Anyway, where's this friend? Probably way out of the way, but we'll see. Not too bad, actually, just across the river, so we'll build. The natural thing is to build a bridge, so we'll do it. We can also do it by recall, but either way, some building will happen. Very conveniently placed resource point right here, of course. That's way off. Yeah, we don't even need to go all the way, I think. Because we just get within range of knocking the guy off. No, hang on. Or we could just do it this way. Let's, not even bother to make the bridge, but continue forward all the way. I could just do that, actually. Swim after it. I was about to do some kind of fancy recall play, but why bother? Yeah, look at that. Nature coming at the player once. Yep, we will go for the ferry first. Or perhaps pick up the permanent quest to disable, but we'll see. It'd be nice to get all the ferries up and running as soon as possible, even though the currency cost of handling certain transitions is going to be a factor as well. Yeah, we got batteries, we got wings. We got lots to work with. Well, let's check the stable first, why not? Yeah, the troop's not here yet. Probably need to talk to the ferry first at least. Legendary pumpkin. Rumor has it that deep in the forest somewhere there's a legendary pumpkin called the Master Gourd. The flavor was powerful enough to defeat any monster, no matter how strong its stomach. It's the pumpkin of evil's bane. Might be slightly misinformed, but it's okay. Aren't we all? How dare those Yiga, somebody's saying up there. Let's take a look at that. Tactics 47, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Anyway, out back here, let's grab the quest. Then, whoops, there's something Yiga clan related. Ah, we can just go this way too. Much easier. Anyway, I'm going to get into another fight apparently. Morning grogginess, yeah. Totally understandable. She was kidnapped. We've definitely run into with Yiga. Well, they claim a lot of things. Not even worried about being found. This is just bait, obviously. We haven't even done this for the first time within this newspaper quest. Chirps and warbles, people. The carved out heart of the towering twin as well. We'll go up and take a look at that shrine and we'll see what else to do with it. Anyway, that'll be the local problem and we'll change into the Yiga costume with time. But first, let's check the well. Goes down even further. That's fine. We'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful mining location. Let's mine it. Damage, that's why we've got plenty. And there's another level after that, which should be fun to see. Oh, we'll see how elaborate that is. Yeah, the damage already, this one. Well, we'll hit a few notes first. Okay, so we will obviously keep going. But equipment-wise, yeah, that's getting fragile. Probably need another mining weapon after that. Let's switch off the stone. Oh no, we should actually do this one. Okay, sweet. Wasted one thing, but yeah, it's okay. We'll get something else in this. Still looking for a frog here. Anyway. We do have some flexibility when it comes to these pools here. Okay, let's see. Alright, let's probably head back up, except I don't think I've... it's a well, so there might not be a book gem anyway. Because there's no associated checklist. These first, I know. Okay. You thought that well had fairies. Quality humor, it probably does, except I have fairies in the bag already. And so it's quite possible that fairy fountains are not spawning fairies until those have been cleared. We've run into a few places like that, so... Just because I do have fairies going already. We have like 2 or something. Yeah, let's actually talk to the stable. Good advice from a bot there, and a cat. We could rack up points just to see what lies beyond, but what is this recipe? Yeah, we're shut on a few things. Okay, so let's actually get a horse. Let's see what he sells. Yeah, way out here, it's not really that far for anyone. And yeah, maybe we'll sell a lot of these things. Are you comfortable with it? Yeah, they are very much deprecated at this point. We'll find out. Oh yes, that's right, I wanted to see here. feel like its point has been made. But we'll see. Depends very much on how the current run goes. We'll give ourselves a little bit of headroom here. Probably just misremembering, and the reason you marked that well was the ore. It could be possible either way.
Wow! Yeah! Wow!
Got lots of these. Neither do I. And look at that, he's mapping with a stick. He's probably thinking about dondons as well. Everybody's just obsessed with them. It's dondons. I'll even tell you about them. Only 5 have ever been found in the whole world, all in one place. Quite a major extinction risk. And that worked all according to plan. What will they end up with? I'm curious. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Now what are you getting me? Okay, we'll take it. It's useful. Not that we're taking more horses. Love how they went to the trouble of just buying 1 carrot with their life savings. I mean, inflation can hit consumer prices quite hard, but maybe not that hard. Where do you want to go? That's going to be dragging with a horse. Sure. There's my stable, there it is.
Oh. Oh.
And yeah.
Ah. Ah. Oh. Ah.
And yeah.
Oh.
Everybody loves the dondons, apparently. That's Princess Zelda's? Yes, it is. Well, it's mine now.
Ah. Hmm.
A lot of changes.
Ah. Ah. Oh.
Probably something about fashion.
Oh.
Visiting the stone statues, interesting. Oh, road up to the summit. definitely plan to do that anyway, so. Also, it looks like it's potentially, I can't tell if it's a, oh, that's just a sky stone, it's not a cherry tree or anything. Let's take care of that Goro. Center him a bit. There we go. Alright, let's go. Lots of falling rocks overhead. Concerning at all. Yeah, actually this is the fort where Valiant Defense Against the Guardians took place previously. Seems like it has been substantially cleaned up. And then... here we go. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to that ferry. Guess we'll come back for the port some other time. Have a little more choice. Let's put in the very long hiatus. Okay, let's see. So, first of all, let's do the other pirates side. We can. Well, that looks like more. I guess we actually have a fair bit of the map seen already. Let me just sit back and watch the sunrise too. For just a moment. Until, of course, we get impatient with it and just choose to go. See if we can check some of this. some of this is just referring to the action of Rister, of course. One of the few ways in which season 3 that show has managed to get ahead a little bit. Anyway, didn't I need to go? Yeah. Oh, wrong one. But driving is a different story. Well, next time. Yeah, let's go over to ferry. And yeah, let's take a look at let's get the other channel that's been active here. Let's see. But we'll see about that. And it makes sense to do it for this around here, but maybe somewhere else. We'll see. Anyway, let's get 2 out of 4. Very interesting. And no invalidated options on road. What's a B string? YMN or MC? Hopefully it's recoverable. But yeah, this should have been a straightforward one, but not so much. Okay, anyway. Well, let's see here. Okay. Okay, well, let's see if we can go up. No. Okay. Got it. just a lot of casual content like that just, unfortunately, kind of dropped out of StarCraft 2. But in terms of viewer interest, that was just coming in organically. Might as well head towards that mansion as a... That's done. We'll find out. Yeah, Quality Humor is saying the reason you marked that as well was the core, yeah. Much. Seems like the natural thing to try. Good. Oh, coming. Kind of tempted to just let it run. Oh, we'll back everything up properly. And getting a fight here? Let's see.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return.
Well, to humor, you need a lot of Lunas ore. Yeah, I found a very good mining location for that. Okay, let's try to not lose track of what we were doing with the imminent blood moon and everything. Yeah. Now we do have a couple of people. Okay. Smoke. I'm gonna rethink something a little bit. Well, let's think about this. Right now we don't even know which... Oh yeah. And doesn't know I'm the legendary hero, obviously. He only see me for sword. Let me know about this. It'd be more fun, of course, if you actually did manage to create a Master Gord. This game to present him with. There's Tingle in this game. Well, haven't seen him here yet. Did get a lot of use out of him. Previous section.
Hi. Oh.
on just a moment. I feel like we need to solve the wall or something. Okay.
Oh.
Everybody's hyping up the Dun-Dun. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, not much effort involved in this, just... Alright. Okay. Anyway, let's go notch. Probably something to upgrade again. We'll see it. Whoa, that's a rather bigger. Expected. Oh. Anyway, keep going. Yeah, we'll see how we do. Well, let's keep going. And this one as well. Probably should have gone out of the way to talk at the fairy fountain first, but that's okay. We'll make do. Okay, the shrine is fairly easy to get to, so we'll pop that one right away. And let's see what this one is all about. Combat training with shields, in case we don't know how to use shields. I guess maybe this is going to require me to do flurry rushes or something. In which case, let's not have our best weapons here. Or even our best shields. Might even do it temporarily with one of the other shields, but I don't want to be smart accidentally. Oh, it's going to try to shoot me with all that. Do we require a shield parry? Well, it is a shield parry tutorial now. Look at it. Yeah, you can reflect a projectile if you parry with your shield at just the right time. Okay. Got a phantom Ganon our way through this. Yeah, that's something that was required for Calamity Ganon. Obviously. Oh, okay. Yeah, because our shields are a little too strong for this. Okay. Let's go Construct. Done. Okay. Too bad that chipped away at some durability, but I guess we could always have changed to tutorial shields. Regardless, these things will last a while. Second construct bow is a good idea here. Anyway. Now we know how to use shields. Oddly enough, that was a good reminder because up until this point I basically had not at any point. I've actually used that. Yeah, sure, we might as well change some things out. Okay, we raise this by a point and restore some durability. I think that works. Okay, that's another one down. And we'll continue ascending to the top of the peaks. And I think that'll be quite necessary. And then we should go down to do the fairy fountain afterwards. Yeah, might as well just gain more elevation while we're here. If we can climb in the rain. We are wearing one layer of froggy, so... Let's see. Oh. One moment, I actually need to fix something with my display. Just be a moment. That way we... don't think it's banging around too much. I think it's fixed. Okay. Anyway, those sticky frogs, we'll probably need them for something when it comes to upgrades. upgrading our froggy armor that we're demonstrating right now. Because we do have some additional pieces for that will be coming in as we clear the stables. Yeah, we'll keep going. There's the ascension point over here as well, but I don't know if we'll actually get to it comfortably. I think it's better to just climb. Make it all the way up if we can. And from there, we'll have a vantage point. We'll see about that clue about the Yiga clan. Just prior to it. Probably want to change to the Yiga suit too when we do that. All we know that quest triggers still work the way they should. Okay. Better. Two very suspicious trees. Let's switch to the Yiga gear now just to see what happens. Probably nothing. You still have to do the fight as before. Indeed, there's a small encampment over here. Yeah, and you can get up even higher on the opposite end, and then... Oh, somebody's caged. Same fellow who gets in trouble all the time. He just sniped us with a 5 damage construct bow, I bet. Once you get in there, that'll be a little more involved. Let me check this location first. Previously, in Breath of the Wild, you would have to roll a boulder all the way here in between these two trees. Looks like this is going to be a different kind of Korok puzzle this time now. There we go. Right on the cusp of the 300 mark when it comes to the Korok count in this game. And yeah, maybe we should have gone to that side to begin with. Well... not too much of a crossing. We might be able to call our way over. Grab a box or something. And maybe we might want to fight and check this location first anyway, but that one up there looks a lot more promising. Why do we even mark this in red? Don't even remember. Might be because of something else at another elevation. Yeah, we marked it in the sky. Oh, I see. We're pretty close to all that, actually. And it's been discovered as the archipelago, but whichever interaction is here, I haven't done it yet. It really looks like it's going to be another shrine puzzle, for instance. Multiple sections. But anyway, yeah, we might want to continue around this side first. Very tempting to try to spend down some resources and build something that'll take me up, even if I have to put pillars in a crate or something. Yeah, it looks so close. We can do a pretty easy flight up. Oh. Oops, everybody sees me. Oh, God. Let's switch to better armor again. Let's see what we can do. There's a little bit of firebombing going on here, so... Oh, we don't mind. Oh. Now this time we can maybe use the 44 bow. Oh. We kept missing this guy. We'll probably break this rock hammer anyway, so let's just break it. We need to not get punched in the face by these guys, that's a big problem for the model in range. There you go. I mean, it's two white enemies, we might as well. It's actually decent. Oh, it's a close call. Oh, yeah, they ran into a problem there. Oh, no. Oh, so much for that. That's okay, it's only one ledge down. No, it's two ledges down. We lost all the loot. Okay. It's unfortunate. Trying to jump. Come on. Unfortunately, he hits very, very hard. Just trying to get the jump shot here. Yeah, too bad I'll bet all this silver loot. We're gonna get in the same problem here too if we're not careful. We're not careful. Yeah. Too bad, because silver is actually quite valuable here. There are any parts that we can still see down below. Oh, that's okay. Here's what we're gonna do before we smash this. Yeah, we'll put some decent attachments on some of this stuff, perhaps. So we're not just stuck with this 60 weapon as our main choice. Let's see here. What's something plentiful but still actually useful? Probably just good old black boko again, but yeah, silver's a pretty big jump over that, which is why I really wish we didn't lose that one. Where's the moblins? They're so disorganized. Leox, Lysolphos. Missing too many things. Silver moblin, yeah. 33 power. Actually, I haven't fought too many of those, I guess. Anyway, probably just going Black Bokoblin again for simplicity. So we have something mid-range. Oh, more boulders. Yeah, maybe we should try rolling the boulders down, Cole. And try one of them. But first, get cheap bow. Notice. Oh no, that's just a ledge, okay. Looks like there's a wing parked up there. That could be promising. We probably should heal up this at some point. I don't want to see if the old interaction still works. I doubt it. Alright. We'll send it down. I really doubt it, but yeah, didn't think so. There's already a Korok here. Okay, let's head back up. So anyway, the idea that if we have enough range on recall, send it right over. After that, it will just go double hoverstone. Go across. We totally did lose the crates. Which is unfortunate because I haven't broken them yet. Was that lootable or was it just weaponry? Yeah, we do have the crates. Okay, good. Hang on. Okay, mostly notable here. Yeah. I'll pull it back. I have no depth perception. I don't know how far this will actually go. Not nearly far enough, I think. Just know what I see here. Yeah. It's not really gonna work. Oh. Okay. Not so much for one ferry. That's okay. We should have come down here, actually. Maybe that would have given me a distance. Failing that. Might just go hoverstones or something. Or just climb up the slope. It's not too bad to just go up the slope. It's a long ways out though. Let's see. Double hoverstone is probably a perfectly good way to do it. Might even be able to recover that stuff at the end, so. Or should have just gone rocket wing to begin with, instead of blowing a ferry over this. I mean, hoverstones will be cheaper in some ways, because we have so many of them. But execution is too fuzzy. Let's just go wing, maybe even a wing plus cart and just roll it off. No, we got lots of rockets. And don't even need a wing necessarily, we just got something else to ride here. That's more evasion. Yeah, I might even go directly this way, but we'd need to go down to the cage anyhow, so. And Call of Human, you're asking, is Tingle in this game? Not that I know of. The Tingle suit was patched in Breath of the Wild. And I've been saying that it seems like Kilton and Colton are one of the closer elements to Tingle and Brothers in the older games. Tingle directly, if Tingle is in, I have not met him in any form. Let's see here. I probably should have just created a crate vehicle. Let me think about this. If we had any zonite whatsoever, it would go up, but I don't. But there is the wing that is available up here, and possibly some other parts as well. If we go rocket wing here, we're just going to hit the wall though. But we could potentially make it over to that opposite face. Why don't we do that? Spend some resources. Oh no, and the rocket just flew right off. Okay. That was unfortunate. Rocket just flipped all the way down. We lost it. That's okay. Slight material loss maybe, but... It's not even the first time it's happened. This week. Also, why didn't we just consider this guy here? Well, he goes all the way up somewhere. Well, we'll go this way. In fact, if we're on a slant, maybe we can pretty far up. Let's just take this. Look at that, it even landed in range to keep it. Although, likely expiry. And look at that, you've got parts here to build, go even further up, which is excellent. Oh, current point here. It's gonna be somewhere ridiculous, isn't it? Ah, no, this is one that you can't do because it requires you to glide. So, I'm gonna mark it. Because basically you need to stay in the air and land on a target. So, can't do that one. Anyway, there was a clue here that told me about Yiga. Carved out heart of the towering twins. Yeah, it means somewhere in between, but we're not doing that yet. You spy with your eye a glider? Well, I don't. Anyway. We got a couple of fans here. If we had it on wheels. We could just take off with the plane and roll right off, but I'm not convinced I want to do that right now. If anything, I want to go up. We need a platform to do it with. This guy goes pretty far up. What I want to do is get a bit of flight up to that level. I think we can probably do it. Let's gather parts first. I'm gonna have to go dual propeller here. That's okay, we can just go up a slope. It's a pretty short flight. I'm gonna add too much weight to it though. Just go as high as we can with it. Maybe do a 45-degree angle launch with a rocket. Just to be safe. I think the angle's gonna be way too low here. Yeah, because here you will have that initial friction. We could try it. I don't think it's gonna take off though. We need the initial thrust. We can do a recall where it drops initially a little bit and then goes, but it's probably best if we do it with a rocket. Because how are we doing for distance? Let's gauge it. Yeah, we want a rocket. Might even go single battery with it, but let's spend. I said we wouldn't be going back up to the sky, but you know, it's too good an opportunity. And if we need to dive all the way back down into the dueling peaks in the water, we can do that. Which I don't think I've been here, so. Oh. Okay, can't get quite enough lift, so we'll go over here instead. There's a guy. Okay, we'll crash it here. The hover platforms got rockets, we're fine as long as wing durability doesn't persist as a problem. In fact, we could even get rockets to launch this on a diagonal. I wonder actually, control sticks on these platforms, if they do what I think they'll do. Only issue is that we know the floating platforms do expire, and so... Come on. We'll test it out, because we got tons of rockets here. Look at all those rockets. That is, in fact, so many rockets. So let's see how we attach this. Okay, it just tilts, it doesn't actually move. Probably afford to do another flight though. Again, control stick's a little bit heavy. Also, better make sure we're in skydive pins. Just in case. I think we'll be able to do it. Need lots of rockets. Put out the battery very quickly. But... I think the idea is partly that the rockets move this platform up. If you move the platform up, then you can move the plane with you. After that, if you're just resting it gently on top. The idea... Oops. That you attach like this is a little bit off, but just rest this on top. And you just lift this whole thing with crazy number of rockets. The problem though is that it depletes my battery pack pretty severely. We'll see what happens now. Because the whole idea is just to gain some elevation. Also, we totally forgot about the guy in the cage down at the overworld level of the Twin Peaks. That's okay. Let's not burn out too much. And the idea... Then... Oh, that's great, actually. Because then you just crash this direct and you don't even need to do much with it. Look at that. Nice gentle descent. Oh, come on. Can we get around here on camera? There we go. Look at that. Rocket not even burnt out. Yeah, because I guess we shut it off before the rocket was even finished. And this way we can keep a couple of these different components. And figure out what is over there. Getting a little better at these vehicle rescues. After having done so many of them. Failed at many of them. Okay, so let's take a look at this. This zonite charges. Also, let's actually get a little bit. Didn't expect to be back in the sky today, but here we are. Hoping for fins. Lots of fins. Construct heads, okay. Okay, these are all very situational. We'll take it. Just a moment here. Shrine crystal over there. Need to restore somehow. And this can be turned. But we're not going to do it that way yet. We'll do instead. Let's use this to create a bit of a bridging segment. We can walk across, I hope. It's a little unstable. Need something to stand on so I can jump over without worrying too much. Something that... Hang on, you know what? We'll just recall and lift it. Hold. And come back. Then call. And then grab. Take it up with us. Is the crystal up here? Might not be. This is just a wing track. That allows us to leave. So where would the crystal be? Again, that whole end, actually. Alright, we came up the wrong way. Let's explore anyway, though. Can't rely on this wing for flight anymore because at this point, near expiry. But, oh. Can't see what's over there anymore, but... that location might be interesting. It's down here too, might be something. fall into that little cubby hole, but this won't really be the critical part here, though. Yeah, I didn't know you could interrupt a rocket before burnout. I have no idea what happens if you try to resume it from here. And I don't want to try it yet. What we'll do instead is take this and knock it over. Then pull it back. And yeah, we'll just take everything out of this bit by bit until we've explored our fill of the island. Just don't want to have this despawn. So this is where Shrine Crystal has to be docked, but we don't know where it's coming from yet. It might be from one of the adjoining islands. Actually, you know what? You can just activate this and it'll tell you. Keep forgetting you can do that. How far are we talking about? I always tend to go for the crystal first, and so I just forgot this was how it works. Wow, okay, that's a little further. We need to fly up there and fly back. I might be a little worried about wing durability, actually. Let's take a look up here. Oh, unless it's just something over here. No, no, it goes all the way over, and then you have to escort it back, which maybe we'll have the parts to do. I mean, if we're worried about wing durability, we just replace the wing. That is no big deal. Because that is actually kind of far. I say we should play it safe. Let's get a fresh wing. I don't want to deal with durability issues in midair. We'll probably have to expend another one on the way back too, depending on what our return aircraft options are like. Also, we don't even know if this rocket burns anymore, but we actually kind of want a 45-degree angle for launch. If we can. Maybe even at the expense of a bit of distance. Because I'd be worried about the height gain otherwise. Let's do this. Yeah, so it just burns out quickly. All the way back. Not quite see how we'll land here, but oh yeah. We just barely make it. Just barely crashing into this. Okay. Can we slash this? Or is this enclosed? There is an additional wing in there too. I think we should probably be able to slash this. Let's check. Yeah. Let's keep these parts because if we replaced a wing, you should be able to get back over. In fact, it gives you plenty of parts to work with. A return trip. I kind of think that since we're okay with losing these parts at this point, since you have everything to replace it, control stick, propellers, battery, etc., does mean we can probably ascend through the upstairs to check the top level first before we load everything down here. Just to see what's up there. We can always fall back down. Yeah, worthwhile a check. Because at this point we're confident we can get back. Oh, not a Gorok, okay. Curious. Curiouser and curiouser. Well, we'll check all the stumps. Once these might have been great trees. Okay, now you reunite stone with all these. $301. I don't think I even made a note of 300 when we got it. Star fragment over there. I would love to chase, but we've got shrine business right now. I would otherwise love to chase it. That'd be an awful diversion to make right now. Considering we just flew all the way up here. 1:40 AM anyway, I don't think we'd make it. It's more satisfying to catch star fragments while you're diving anyway, so. Discovered. Also, finding my way back down in the correct direction might be a challenge here. It is going to be this way down. Maybe I should have thought of that before. It's coming up here right away. But no, you can tell that it's going to be this way down. Well, that's just not drop off all of a sudden. Let's find the right way down. Doesn't involve tons of fall damage. can do it. Isn't that quite nice that we can do it? Rather easily, in fact. We didn't miss a treasure chest up there or something. Okay. That's done. Let's assemble. Yeah, you don't actually need a rocket. What you do need is a cart. We'll definitely put in batteries just to be safe. Might even just keep all the propellers that we have so far just to potentially build something even more powerful on the other side. And ensure that we have sufficient lift and power. And we'll just strip this for parts. Make sure it doesn't pitch too far forward. And no harm in just plugging in more batteries. Yeah, I don't know there's much more to see over here, but I think I'd rather just take it and go. Also, it's totally gonna bump into the terrain over here. Let's slightly. Yeah, interestingly enough, both of these locations look pretty flyable. We've been there though. Haven't we? No, let's prioritize the shrine. We'll even have a little landing runway over here. For maybe nice and accurate. Good enough. Now, of course, plugging this in will lose the vehicle. Or rather, entering the shrine will lose the vehicle. Which is too bad. This feels like we can probably get more done around here. I was thinking about going for a joyride first, but you know, if we can make it there and back, maybe. If you look at it, it's like the intention is to start here and to take a wing on the ramp up to end up on this island. And then, you know, climb down and unlock all that. But, of course, there's this area up here. I'm a little worried about wing expiry. We do have a battery on that, though. This is not... whoops. This is not too far. At all. Tempting. Scan around here. Yeah, I mean, I guess we also have the autosave from unlocking the shrine. In case of a genuine emergency. Yeah, and the main thing is just a wing expiry. I'd rather not have to deal with that. It's true that we haven't seen this yet, and probably know there could be something like an old map chest. I'd go or miss not to try it. And if we get a replacement wing here, then we're set. That's all we really need. We do get a replacement wing, as I suspected. Many, in fact. Oh. I was hoping for something like an old map chest. Look at that, we got tons of batteries and propellers and everything. This is quite a nice vehicle station, in fact. For further launches. Indeed, if you manage to get back up here from the Shrine Island, this is an excellent demarcation point to go virtually anywhere else. Like, this is actually an excellent way to get back onto the tutorial island, for instance, if you really wanted. So what we'll do, take a look at my recent builds. Minus the crystal, of course. Perhaps we shouldn't have attached first. If we do this... Okay, this fourth in history. Shake this off a moment. Send it over. Oops. Perfect. You just do a replacement part that way. There's really no treasure here, though. Anyway, here I can just take off on this end again. And even get a rocket burst or a battery. And everything will be fine and dandy. So we now know what it is. It's a really good vehicle point. We should consider it as a temporary stop. And if we eventually want to reach either the central area or even down to Thunderhead or something, we go dueling peaks up to here. Kind of want to mark this, in fact. We're using sword icon for parts. I guess this is too useful. Yeah, because basically we can use this as a jumping off point. It's easy to get here from dueling peaks. Do we want to go anywhere else first, or straight back to the shrine? Probably just back to the shrine. There's really nothing else up here, though. Nope, just tons of vehicle parts, and that's okay. We checked both trees. Seems like we're a little overdue for an old map chest or something, but... Have we explored this area to my satisfaction? Yeah, we saw that side. That's okay, as long as we know what our exit strategy here is. Let's do the shrine first. Already got some. But we can merge it on top of the other one. Yeah, it's just a replacement part. Since that one already has slightly damaged durability. I don't think it matters, actually. We'll take it. Now we still have that Yiga clan quest down below, as well as the Great Ferry to unlock, which was the reason I came here in the first place. So I didn't really plan to come up to the sky in the first place, and I certainly had no plans to stay, given that we were on a budget of 0, is that right? And this particular item collection point was not actually that great. Doesn't give me things that I use. Netcat, how can you join a Yiga clan? I already technically have. I got the clothes and everything. That's a good answer from Claire. Wish we could just reinforce that by telling her that. Well done, Claire. Also, notice this little island over here. If we had glider, we'd probably project ourselves up there and stop there, but it's a bit too small a target otherwise. I'd rather not deal with it. Anyway, let's figure out where we're diving. Yellow Peaks is down here. We face north. We'll probably just dive straight down. There's water over here as well. It's next to stable. We can also just dive towards where the ferry location is. And worry about the Yiga clan afterwards. I think we found the haven before anyway. Come on. Side quests. Seen a lot of this stuff. There we go. Yeah, so obviously the marker for this is the stable. Carved out Heart of the Towering Twins, yeah. It's gotta be within the Dueling Peaks. Oh wait, which way we're facing? We're going to dive off that side, I think. Oh, except there's another series of platforms down below. Oh yeah, because that's where we came up in the first place. Yeah, Netcat the Yiga clan is a pretty big presence in Breath of the Wild, actually. It's kind of a treat to see them return in this game. When we dive here, we can end up by the ferry. That's the best way to do it. Do we have the skydive pins? Yeah. Let's swerve. Swerve. Fall out of water. If we can. Whoa. Just barely off. It was too foggy, I couldn't see a thing. Do you have any ferries left? That's okay, we're fairly close to the ferry, which means one of the nearby caves has a fountain. At least we did have the ferry this time. We have one left, okay. Yeah, until recently I've been reluctant to take too many ferries in this game anyway, simply because sometimes I want to make experimental flights where I want to take a death. But lately, no, we've had more and more situations where I'm glad I could break my fall. Like with certain boss fights, for instance. Sound of a drum. We need a drummer then. Okay. Well, we go to the stable now after having talked to her. I wonder if that is acknowledged or if nothing appears until we've finished the outskirts stable, which is still pending. Because we need to see the flautist unite with the band first, perhaps, since that quest is kind of half finished. In the meantime, I think we had better stay at the stable. Just to cash in a point, and yeah, you see, nothing here yet. Probably because the troop is a little preoccupied with our other going activity. Beetle's your name.
Hey! Sa!
And, yeah, we should snuck arrows, but let me...
Yeah! Sa! Sa!
Again, we're massively overstocking arrows because I do intend to have a fairly lengthy excursion in the depths relatively soon.
Wow! Yay! Yeah, yeah! Wow!
Okay. We can make this, can't we? Let me check. Don't know if we have that middle ingredient. Or flour, that is, or... Oh yeah, we do. Fleet lotus. That's right, so this will be a movement speed thing. Wheat, lotus, butter, apple, sugar, wheat. Let's do it. I almost never cook from the recipes on the wall, but... Tasty apple pie. Might as well just get that in the recipe book while we can. Okay. In fact, since we have one ferry right now, if we cook the existing ferry, we can probably loot more from the cave. If there are ferries now, which there should be because of proximity to the ferry fountain. So, let's actually spend it. It gives you like a 7 heart replenishment. Also, there's one thing I want to try. I don't know if it will do the thing I think it will do, but we're gonna get a truffle and a sundelion. I wonder if it gives you both the gloom cure and the full recovery. It might not, because usually 2 effects will conflict. But I want to see what happens. Okay, that is just something in the middle, I guess. That doesn't work. Alright. I was curious. Kind of a waste of a truffle, but we had some to spare. What was the other thing I wanted to try? Was something important? Oh yes, that's right. Berry tonic. I don't know if we can cook berries with something else without totally wrecking it. But because usually elixirs you can, cook things with enemy parts, but let's just do the fairy by itself. Because that's what fairies are for, right? You just roast them. Okay. Then, now let's see if there are some more in the well. not take too much fall damage while we're at it. There you go. Right on schedule. Just as promised. But a few fairies here, in fact. Oh, come on. Get out of my way. Yeah, okay, we totally watched this. That's what. I mean, we can always just cook another one and come back, but... That's alright. It gets more sticky lizards too, we know we'll need them, so... Oh, that failed too, okay. A little more up there, but... have to be fairly subtle about the approach. Nope, just losing it all here. Oh yeah, because you're slipping on the wall, remember. Alright, I don't care. Let's just get out.
Hey! Ah. Oh.
Yeah, let's collect points.
Ah. Oh.
So anyway, when will you feel done with this? We'll
Ah.
probably head back to the Outskirts stable. We'll look at the Yika clan quest here first, but
Oh.
Dons, etc. Yeah, we know all that.
Hi. Ah. Ah.
I wonder what the next reward will be.
Oh.
3 Endura carrots. Yeah, it's gonna be a while until you get something unique, I think. Anyway, we have a horse over here. I don't know if a horse ended up over there. Oh, because of the Korok quest. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, might as well mark this with a heart. That is an easy berry source. We got lots of things we can do. We can get cooking ingredients over here. We can get a boat race over here. We can go back to the lakeside stable for that quest, but we should just finish whatever is here first if we can find it. Might even be up this first waterfall for all I know. There's a cavern on the side, but oh, there's a Korok quest. Not Korok or something. I bet it's shallow enough for the horse. little bit far. Here we go. Oh no, missed. We should check that waterfall too. Yeah. So, right around this way. There we go. Yeah, we'll check this. If there's anything behind. No, not really. Up here? Not really. Alright, let's check for Yika business. Something between the twins, you say? Is it looking for something like a cavern that would be in this location? None that I can see so far. Maybe on the next level here, though. I mean, yeah, there was also that whole cage segment above that we just bypassed when we went up to the top instead. And it was somewhere here on the north face. So yeah, we actually should have gone back to the waterfall to climb it. But we go around the back. This side. Let's see what's up. On this end. And yeah, we'll just get back up to the Asia's location. I find it promising. Yes, kidnapping bait. Just go around until we find it. We're probably going to overshoot it, and that's fine. Better to do that and head back down. Let's see if we can find that passage. We need to go back to where the dueling peaks are facing each other on the inside. Look at that. That's very interesting. Oh yeah, that's just part of the Kakariko village ruins, I think. If I recall. Yeah. Still haven't finished exploring those properly. This is an encampment that we can probably take, but I'd like to skip for a moment while we're just finding out what is where. This looks interesting. Also, we know we need these for various purposes. Yeah, because the cool herbs were missing for one particular upgrade set. I don't remember which, but we were definitely short on them. Conspicuous. Probably nothing, but you know. That might be a pit for the Korok point. Very well be, in fact. So maybe we should mark this just in this moment. Highly suspicious. Well, let's try to round this to the inside of the peak. And try to get back to where we saw the cage much earlier. Well, the shrine is up there. Let's switch. Froggy. Well, that's the shrine we just cleared. We need to get back to where it's facing inwards. Oh, we need to traverse from there. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, we saved that. That could have gone better. Oh well, lapse of judgment. We should have gone up in the inside to begin with. Let's try the waterfall. Just trying to get back to that area where we know it's not a cage.
Oh.
What a coincidence.
Ah.
I honestly don't really remember those. But we don't need to tell him that. So we do need... let's sort our clothes once again to proceed through here. No, 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 no. Did I throw my... That's not what I wanted to do. I threw my weapon, didn't I? Okay, at least it wasn't anything really good. At least I don't think it was. Oh, maybe it was. Yeah. I was trying to dive and then... You... Come on. You activate it before you're actually in the falling animation. Doesn't work. I need to pitch forward with a shield star first. There we go, except just will not give me the climb. Depending on how you fall into the cliff, it doesn't always work. Give me the climb, please. Come on. No. There we go, finally. So yeah, I think I lost a whole sword there just from mistakenly chucking it. Luckily, hopefully not something too valuable. I don't even remember which one I was holding. Yeah, it wasn't one of the big ones. I think I had another one that was like maybe in the 30s. That's the problem with having to dive. Map to the R button. If you do it too early, you just chuck whatever's in your hand. Anyway, that was unfortunate, but we have more weapons. I guess. They're constantly full up on them anyway. Anyway, we can follow this. Try to reach the point at which the cage appears and becomes relevant. It might be higher up. In fact, I suspect it is. We'll see precisely where. And look, it's another star fragment. Honestly tempted to just forego this and go for the star fragment. Time is 9:30 p.m. I might need a good vantage on it anyway, though. I can't really see where the caged area was. Oh, here's a cave. Okay, no, this is promising. East North Cave. Okay, that's good. Because then we can potentially ascend out of this. Then we're in good shape. Let's switch armor. There's something a little sturdier. In case we have our own lightning, I suppose. Oh, I'm using the terrible bow, okay. Long stick, traveler's spear, neither of those are really that adequate for my purposes, but we can use a mine and web it on one of them, perhaps. Something cheap. Oh, look at that. Yeah, they said there wasn't a Triforce in this game. I mean, I guess it's not quite accurate, but... Not like somebody's trying to solve the constellation puzzle in the previous game. I feel like we should probably save this as a solution to something else. But then I don't know what the appropriate viewing angle is. And I do want to ascend out of it, but... let's try ascension somewhere else first. See how close we can get. It's too far. Let's see if I can get within the triangle. Possibly I'll need to ride something like Upperstone. There's a lot of sticky lizards. Great. So I should just look for anything else we interacted with here. Don't mind potentially wasting one device to check this. Just in case there's a cave available in here. Oh, interestingly enough, not ascend that point, even if you are within range. Yes, you can. Not quite, but it might be a solution to something else that you need, so let me take one quick look at it again. Note to take a snapshot and we'll see. Anyway, we'll pop up the top. Takes a lot of climbing. But it does strike me as conspicuous that we have not, for instance, found the bubble frog inside the cave, which is always a sign that we haven't finished exploring it properly yet. Noting that it's a north cave, obviously implies there's also a south cave, and we'll find out. Ah, okay, so there's the torches down there, which is... we're on the wrong mountain again, that's why. I wonder I couldn't find it, we were just on the wrong face entirely. It is on the southern side. Well, no wonder I couldn't find it. completely lost track of which mountain was which. Well, in that case, changes quite a few things, in fact. Maybe we should just dive all the way back down and send all over again. But we should check the cave more thoroughly, because I am missing something. We know that. Anyway, gotta fall down this way because we can. Mostly. Yeah, got a Korok boulder drop over there. I'm tempted to just go rocket wing again too. Just launch over this, gonna save us so much time and effort, but we kinda have to check the cave again. Let's do that. Okay, but no wonder we couldn't find anything. It's on the southern face all along. Don't know how we got those mixed up. Anyway, this opens up. You come in, you fight Horriblins. And then what? It does have to be. The Bubble Frog Cave is somewhere here, no? Maybe that's not the case. That would break convention, though. Break it quite severely. Oh wait, this is new. There we go, and you can hear it now. Okay, got it. Now we triple assault. We're facing the wrong way completely. This is towards the north. Minutes, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. I saw that you managed to muscle through my favorite map in Fire Emblem Engage. So I will say you'll want to make time for Felxenologue 6. Can't do it on hard, that's fine. I mean, you have to remember, you're attempting it at a much earlier stage than I did with the main campaign, so you actually have fewer emblems and lower emblem levels that you have access to. So, you know, the one thing that's kind of dependent on your save file when it comes to difficulty tuning, you're actually having a much harder time than I did. Yeah. It may be the case that you're doing it early, not really sure. Anyway, there's a cave on that side. I'm just going to go rocket wing. I cannot be bothered to climb. Maybe not even a wing. We can ride something else instead, like a rubber stone, or that would be a bad idea. Launch ourselves in something. We're spending too many wings at this point. Maybe even a balloon, and then we can just ride the basket. Because we've got so many of those. I don't like that idea, in fact. Because we'll just ride the basket. Yes, I can. Yeah, the save structure is a bit different, because one of the caveats too is that, unlike Ashen Wolves, since it is kind of a sub-campaign within your main save, that the people who want to do replays, they actually do need to replay Felxenologue to get the unlocks. Whereas Ashen Wolves, you know, you do them once and then you continue to have access, right? Yeah, I didn't have much of an opportunity to play with Mage Cannon in your class, because again, I did this stuff at the end of the game. But of course, you know, seeing the enemies helps you with that. Definitely makes it look very inviting. Yeah, I want to balance the rocket on the other side, I think. Which might be a bad idea. Because I was thinking, oh, I've got so few wings, let's just build it with a rocket. Maybe not clever. Maybe not clever at all. Let's figure out the position again. Over here. But yeah, the hit rate takes some getting used to. Also, because I know you were probably too exhausted at the time to realize this, that when you suddenly noticed... I saw that part where you suddenly noticed that you had infinite time crystals. That's not a hidden thing in Chapter 5. I think that's just the difficulty tuning in normal. They had to give you infinite charges in normal, so... I think you didn't necessarily realize that it was actually a function of the difficulty and not something that the game just forgot to tell you because, you know, it wasn't necessarily expecting you to switch. And that's the one thing that I'll make a note of. This balloon's not going to stand up. I think we just wasted it. Unless we put on a stabilizer or something, but then stabilizer would need to be powered. Let's bind this a little higher. I just need something to send me across. Doesn't matter what it is, I just need to launch myself. Perhaps we just hold it still and then recall it up to this position or something. Freeze it. And then, oh, can I even get in this? I might not be able to get in this. Okay, this is a bust. This is a total bust. Can't do it with the wing. I should just go back to doing it with the wing. Unless I have a platform to attach it to. Or just ride the rocket or something. Let's see what I can use that's... I'm deliberately trying to avoid the wing because we're just starting to run low. But everything else that I could use is also kind of low. I guess there's a homing cart, but we should just do it with a wing. And not mess with this so much. Anyway. That's okay, we'll have more opportunities to get wings. I said... Come on, there we go. Yeah, as I was about to say, for Fel's Xenologue 6, just, you know, it is long. It is quite long. So just be aware of that if you're planning. Don't expect to just breeze through. I mean, even if you're on normal and you do breeze through in terms of difficulty, it is still, I think, a pretty long time. I'm sure it'll be very easy on normal, but it is a lengthy experience. By a very significant margin relative to the rest of the game, so... Let's heal up so I don't take fall damage here, because fall damage is actually going to be an issue in a moment. Let's eat up at least a little bit. Before we just crash into the wall and climb. There we go, that's fine. I just need a tunnel here, and I think we're okay. Let's just slip down gently if we can. Yeah, there's a few things that are slightly hidden about... Well, nope. Nope. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. Just ran out of stamina there. I wasn't paying attention while hopping about. This is actually the first time I died in a while. Because we were fairly low on fairies. I wonder how far back I've been kicked. Yeah, I feel like with Fire Emblem there are usually these massive gaps in difficulty. I think it's very true. Oh wow, we are way back. No, we got the Bubble Frog. That's where we saved. Okay, we're quite far back, but that's okay. We just need to ascend and then wrap back around. We're actually okay. No, we're right here. On this very annoying slope. Alright, let's get the wing out. Let's try it again. So I wasn't too keen on using the wing. Whoops. Yeah, you beat Divine Paralogs in hard super early. I have no problem with the main story. Yeah, Fel's Xenologue is definitely very much its own thing. I must say, I really enjoyed Chapter 5 on it, though. I thought it was just tons of strategic variety to squeeze out of that, and some very interesting situations that I had to get out of along the way. Alright, let's see here. Let's build. Yeah, it's... I didn't think it was too much of a dice roll because I know that at any point it seems like, you know, Alira is just going to die into 1v1 or something, depending on whether things are going to crit or whatever. But no, there are actually ways to mitigate that. Like, I actually just parked a long-range healer within range of that room for the whole map, for instance, and I put, I think, Camilla on Alir to basically have some extra defense from the Dragon Vein effects and some self-healing from the Dragon Vein. And basically, there are ways to get around the elements that seem like they're kind of out of your control. Oh no, it wasn't Alir, it was Nell, that's right, because Alir is trapped. Yeah, no, that's what I meant, you have Camilla on Nell, rather. No, I mean, there are definitely some kind of surprise moments in some ways where the game tries to say gotcha and tries to catch you with your pants down, but... And as you will see, without spoiling anything, the chapter 6 is kind of like that as well. Like there's kind of a big gotcha where there can be moments like that, I guess, where I think I had a turn where, you know, I basically had to... I was either going to lose like 5 units or lose no units, and I just kind of had to find a move on a moment's notice. Yeah, but again, that was on hard, and I'm sure you'll have a much breezier time. Because there are a whole ton of scenario triggers in all of these maps. I actually had a great deal of trouble with Felxenologue 4 because I rather unwisely fought on the mountain side, and I got there much too early. So basically I pulled all of the enemy flyers, and then I wound up in a situation where I was fighting them over the mountains where they have this massive terrain advantage. And so that was one map that I actually kind of had to restart because I didn't run out of charges or anything, but I was just in such a bad position from attacking in too early on one side. But yeah, if you want to use bonus classes, right, like that's content you want to see, and that's totally understandable. Because again, I feel like I didn't really get to use Cannoneer. Okay, let's finally progress a little bit here. Yeah, sure, we'll use the little bow. Just need to save one. Come on. No. Get over here. Hello. Or they're just not hostile against me. No, come on. Go. There we go. Shield in the mind's eye. No, we never have room for more of those. Also, yeah, it looks like there's additional spot up there. We'll check in a moment after we... Actually, no, we'll check that first. We'll come down and bust the rocks. Oh, this looks like it's... yes, that's right. This is where we saw the diagram earlier, which luckily I took a screenshot of. And yeah, go ahead and show me a clip. It's easier if you... I'm not really going to be clicking through stuff while I'm streaming right now. It might be easier if you send on a Discord or something, but If you link it here, I'll also watch it afterwards. But yeah, I had many interesting glider shenanigans when I first started using the wings. It was a lot of fun to learn how to use that for the first time, along with many other mechanics. Okay. There we go. Might as well just use the weapons we don't care much about. Getting the crystal to the shrine up in the skies, I see. Yeah, there have been some pretty interesting puzzles involving the shrine crystals, which, since I've been playing without the paraglider, we've definitely had to introduce some interesting solutions. Now, I'm trying to remember the orientation of this. We actually did take a picture of this. I should just look at my screenshot folder. You know what? Let's just look at my screenshot folder. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember the orientation, but I think this was facing the right direction. Bottom left, and then that pattern. Okay. Unlock special fabric. Yeah, I heard that that's the case with Amiibo. I don't have my Amiibo with me, because I do have the Wind Waker and the 8-bit Link Amiibos. Like I have Toon Link and 8-bit Link, but I just don't have them on me right now, because they're in a different place. So I hope this is the correct orientation. I love how the dueling peaks always interact with each other, like with the constellations and scan. Oh, I guess maybe this isn't the right orientation. We have to rotate. Okay, we'll rotate, because yeah, I guess with one of these starting in this position, let's just rotate and then see what happens. Wait, no. Unless there's an activation point, I should go where. Hang on. No. We definitely did it correctly, and because of the square tiling here, I think it only has that orientation, right? Unless. No, we need to check the different rotations. Because, again, I might not have been looking at it with the right angle. So we could place it like this. Okay, we'll try one more rotation with this in the back corner. I think the first way was probably correct, but maybe there's... Oh no, that's okay. Alright, yeah. Just wasn't sure about the orientation. Okay, so this is the mystical treasure. It's unrelated to the Yiga quest. Someone was just asking me about Tingle earlier in the stream. And what do you know? Here's the Tingle gear. Ooh, the butt. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying your time in this game as well. I've been progressing quite nicely. Not having a paraglider means that I have to come up with some interesting alternate solutions from time to time, but we've managed. I've had to bypass very, very little. Although sometimes I have to do things in a very convoluted way. And spend lots of vehicle resources. But yeah, it'll become clear how you apply the paraglider fabrics. And I say that even as somebody who does not have a paraglider. I've got tons of in-game fabrics that are not from Amiibo. Yeah, I think we came in a bit low going to that cave. And figure out how to get to the level with torches. Or is it down? I can never tell. I think I have to go up, but I actually can't tell. Oh. It with the torches was whether it was up here or... Let's go back in the cave so we can ascend and we'll inspect. You haven't found any towns besides the first one. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how well you remember the map from Breath of the Wild. Yeah, because obviously that gives you tons of contextual information if you remember how things were laid out. Alright, let's get back in here and just ascend so we can inspect whatever's up top. Probably just slip down from there too. So we can just get some elevation on the outside so we don't have to guess quite so much. This is probably not a good location, but well, I might do. I'm on the wrong side completely. And here we found a Korok. That's right, we do need to face over this way. And there was a particular point that I wanted to head to. Down low towards the camps, I think. Saw a tree over there previously. I think we do in fact want to go down. Let's see, right, because it's in this central passage here that you see the cage and everything. Oh, I don't think we killed that one. Yeah, let's careful about slipping here. Yeah, okay, there's the cage. There's the cage. That's what we were looking for in the first place. A bit hard to see. But this time we will not just blow all the stamina while we're way up high. And try not to fall off the overhangs either. So yeah, it's been a fairly typical experience for me playing this game too. Say, today the plan is to do X, Y, and Z, and maybe get to all that several days later, because we get so diverted by other things along the way, but then that's why we play with no fast travel, so these kinds of adventures can happen. move towards the cage. That's correct. We'll probably need to get into a bit of a fight there. We've had to learn a lot about the subtle art of trying not to take fall damage. Because it's not quite as convenient as just parachuting. But yeah, I've seen most of the map at this point. Apart from, well, a lot of one particular region, and some other regions I just kind of skimmed over and only hit a few highlights. Link, help me. This is obviously a Yiga Glen thing. Illusion. There's no way this is a real Zelda. As we know. Also, what's this? Can we light this up? Anyway, this is going to be a Yiga fight, obviously, so let's get ready. We'll probably just use the construct bow anyway. And of course, we'll just pretend to be fooled, right? And then she'll fight me. Well, I mean, even wearing friendly clothes. Does it still trick out the AI? It kind of does, but not entirely. Anyway. Let me at you. As long as none of them use the earthquake attack, I'm okay. And it'll be fun to loot the 8-fold blade as well, since I'm a little low on weaponry. We're not running, we're fighting. Although it's kind of interesting that it restricts you from doing that. Oh, these guys are trying to run out of here, though. There we go. Anyway. Your pen's gonna come here and say soar long.
Aye.
Possibly give me the other froggy clothes. Yeah, we figured everything out. As usual.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm nobody important. Anyway. 9 stories down. There we go. Now we can snack both of these.
Oh. Sapow.
Soar along. I just loved recurring Rito NPCs. Consistently to start a show. And yeah, we'll keep that. We'll probably put something nice on it. need a mining weapon eventually. Oh, we have one, so let's just put another enemy part on it quickly. If we can find a good one. Yeah, we'll just use one of these. Our bread and butter enemy part, really. Bit lightweight, but it'll do. Anyway, we saw a mini boss down here that we can take. So we'll take him. Alright, let's activate Rishu if we can. Let's also get some decent clothes back. And maybe... yeah, why not? Let's torch its foot too. In the rain? I don't know if this will work. Let's we want to do this or fire fruit? Let's see. Yeah. Make them dance. Let's mark the location quickly. And then the royal bow, very nice. Yeah, it's down. Now, next priority should actually be Outskirts Stable. It's pretty reachable from here. As we've been talking about it. Lots of content in the other direction too, of course. We really do want to get this done. So let's just head off the mountain. In fact, if we have skydive, okay, horses over here. Let's, yeah, incidentally, if you're coming from Fire Emblem Engage, you'll notice that we found a perfect name for our golden mare. Highly topical. That one's been done, yeah. That looks like it should be a water pool down there. Let me just check this quickly. let's take a spill then. No, that bad idea. Okay. Okay, never mind. Well, we can always get more fairies. Trying to go for this water pool over here, and we just didn't get nearly enough. Over dives to actually make it over. Anyway. This grid's stable. It means we're going to go around the Great Plateau. Best way to do that is to just cross over. Take the Horwell Bridge. I think we can do that. Just cross. Maybe fun some swim clothes while we're here. Chasing too many fish. That's okay. Oh, Snamina's getting in. A little dicey here. That's okay. We'll make it across just fine. My horse is over there anyway, so. Might be fun to just go river raft. A long ways over, actually, if we I can do that. The water isn't quite connected because you have to go around the plateau. So now we'll do it this way. See if we can actually go around any of this. How do I even get over here? Oh, right. We knew previously that crossing with horses actually would be tricky. I should maybe just go back to the stable. Right down here. Just, yeah, do the easy thing and just cross the Broxton Bridge. Because this is slightly off, but just looking at the possibilities here, yeah, we should in fact do it that way. Let's take the horse back then. Or we can, I mean, maybe we can build it. Maybe we can do it. Don't know how load bearing this will be. You do need to think outside the box a bit sometimes. You probably can't take the horse up that steep a slope. It'd be interesting, but I have to go with the bridge instead. But then kind of bridge it bit by bit. Yeah, it's not really gonna work. It's nearly shallow enough. But maybe we can do this crossing over here. At the narrowest point. Someone do the honors. Yeah, this isn't quite long enough to do it. Got to deal with all this too, okay. No, let's just ride around. I wonder though. Hang on. Oh, I lost a bridge because it's all the way over there. Okay, that's too bad, but... I kind of wonder if you can do a recall ride with the horse on top. Or if the weight becomes too much of an issue. We haven't really tried it. In terms of just trying to load the horse. Because I don't want to accidentally drown it or something, right? So... Let's get some food. Roasted hearty salmon. Let's clear some of this stuff. Okay, we'll just go straight through. And around. Once we get to the appropriate bridge, we'll wind up here in the first place. Because wasn't I having some trouble crossing over? Or, oh, because Dueling Peak stabilized this way. Okay, so we just need to go around a peak, I think. Like around the top. Right, because previously we had to horse on the other side. Alright, we just need to go all the way around the mountain then. Really ridden this route. Dueling Peaks up to Kakariko was where Hestu was originally found in the last game. Yeah, we haven't been here at all. This is just a wall. Not a Korok puzzle. Yeah, because this was Hestu's bridge. We have been through Kakariko. We haven't been there in a while, but it's certainly one way. Yeah, because it has to used to be like right up this hill. Still in the habit of checking certain places. It used to be relevant in the last game. Is that a drum? That's kind of important. I don't hear it. That's actually really important. Even for the remaining fairy. There we go. We'll actually get a whole band. Calling bees, okay. I bet we need to give him coarser bee honey or something. Which is too bad because I was saving it for some of the cooking we need for horses. I bet he needs all the bee honey. Like 10 of those or something ridiculous. How many? 3. Okay, that's not too bad. I've already got plenty. Alright, you take it. Well, probably are at outskirt then. But given that we just left doing pigs, I wonder if I should actually go back there and check. But basically we've unlocked all 4, so they weren't here previously though. So I suspect I do have to do this in order and go outskirt first. We're so close to dueling peaks that we really should check. We're so close, we should go back. If you're not there, no big deal. Just means we'll have to go back there again afterwards. Ideally with a more efficient route than what we've demonstrated lately. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some kind of construction activity that's associated with the areas as well. But I mean, I'd like to get this one done first because I have to keep exploring in the direction of outskirt, but the sooner we find out about the material cost roadblocks for all the upgrades we need, the better. Yeah, we'll see if the band is here. If you're not, we'll turn around and resume course. They're not here, but since we're here, let's just get some fairies. Hope we're not scare them all away this time. Not here. Oh, I think I still have one in my pocket, that's why. Okay. Never mind then. Right, because when we lost it previously, I also took a death. And we reset back to having one fairy. I remember now. Anyway. In that case, outskirt we go. Horse, please. Where are you? In that direction. Oh, let's just go. I'm eager to get riding. Alright, isn't this the stable where... There's a particular stable in Breath of the Wild where everybody is a twin. Like, everybody just comes in pairs of twins. I don't think it's this one. But it's rather conspicuous once you notice it.
Hey! Sa!
Anyway. Yeah. I usually just buy arrows greedily, but because we have fairy upgrades coming up, I actually kind of want to hold off for a moment. Because we don't know what the pricing is going to be like on tier 3. And given that tier 2 was already up to 50 apiece, I expect it's going to scale up quite a bit. So we'll have to pick and choose the sets that we want to take seriously. Anyway, we'll cut through Kakariko. I don't expect to stay there long, even though we have a lot of residual quests there. We can always hit them on the way back from the outskirts of Dueling Peaks when we grab the 4th ferry, so... we will hopefully not get too distracted by the business here in town. However, we need to offer some support, so let's do it. Probably latch one piece on top. Just to be safe. Does this fit? That perception is very, very hard. Oh, it should fit snugly, but that's okay. We don't care. Yeah, when we brace this, it'll hold. It's gonna come in a bit low. insert. Can we? Yeah. No, it's easier if I just go like this and stand it upright. So we'll give it a little bit of height, but not too much. Then we slip it under, and then we brace it. No, oh, terrible. Worst one in a while, actually. We usually just get this first try, but... Let's try it again. Yeah, because the ideal thing I wanted to do was stick this here like this. Doesn't really... Okay, it actually does fit. So we'll just need to hold it up. I guess putting on top just into a few height issues. We'll brace it on this side too. Seal it off and it will reinforce accordingly. Much better. Much, much better. Plenty of those at this point. Anyway, let's keep going. Prominent tree. Or the try. And yeah, we've been through here previously. Oh, missed a beetle there. There might be some shopping to do here, so let's just make sure we didn't miss anything. Also, yeah, we should have gotten more fireflies too. I guess I wasn't supposed to jump into that. Bad idea. And yeah, don't mess with the cuckoos. And oh, okay. So yeah, in general, there's a whole cultivation quest that you can do here. I discovered that with the pumpkins earlier too. That this is your surface source of anti-gloom food. Okay. That's fine. Let me make sure that we can buy up anything that we're missing, because aren't I missing a few pieces from this stealth set? In fact, both of the other pieces in the stealth set, because I couldn't afford them early on, even though they're very redundant with many of the other clothes that we obtain much later. Let's buy up everything we can. This is a general store. What am I gonna buy?
Oh.
Yes, we'll take everything.
Oh.
I mean, those are easy to farm too, but I'm not gonna say no to Arakudas.
Ah. Ma. Oh. Ah.
How about that clothing shop, though? And over here. Oh yes, we should actually top off at a shrine too. Well, that's a lot of hearts. Yeah, we'll worry about the side quest here later. Right, because we didn't buy any of these. And these ones almost certainly required luminous. We bought the headpiece. This would cost 1,300. 2,400. So 3,700 to afford everything.
Yeah.
And of course, afterwards, we'll need to spend quite a bit on what is it? Yeah, because I think we bought the other sets that we can so far for the most part. Other than the legacy sets from Dino, but afterwards we'll need to spend like crazy on the ferry upgrades as well, so we should actually take things carefully.
Hey.
But ideally we get up to 3,700. And we'll see if we can do that. Yeah, again, don't really know what we need for certain upgrades at this point, so I don't want to sell too aggressively. What about my gems? Yeah, we might want to keep luminous for upgrades. I guess we didn't buy the tiaras from the Gerudo region either. Sell down to 10, although we know we need a lot more of these for the Divine Helms. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of the enemy parts should be roughly expendable, but it's kind of hard to say. I mean, hopefully we don't need 150 of these. Yeah, that's not actually worth much, but these are a little better, but we don't have too many of them. I think at this point we know not to sell the black Boko parts either, so bangs are good. Bangs tend to sell well. Hopefully we don't need too many of them either. Let's just sell down to 100 for each of them. Maybe not the boss ones. Yeah, but Horblin. Just maintain a bit of a bank. Yeah, these are quite good, but we might need tons later on, for all I know. Sure, we can do better. I haven't sold off any diamond yet, but that's because diamond is pretty rare to come by. Yeah, maybe we should start pawning off a few more of this. And basically, the things that we have about 100 of it might be safe. That's good. We know how to get more, so. Tempting to just sell off 2 diamonds or something. We don't know how critical they'll be. These are not too hard to come by. Yeah, the flints. You know that about 100 flint can, roll for 1,000 with that Goron game, but we don't want to depend too heavily on that, I think. Let's not sell off too many of the guts either. Well, we just need to farm stronger enemies, I think. That's the bottom line. And we'll see how much we regret this later. Because I'm sure that there's some clothing parts that probably require like 30 each or something per piece, so I'm gonna stay afloat with that. Still need a couple hundred. At least gems. will continue to come in. So maybe we shouldn't be too frugal with those. But what's this? Toenails. Yeah, it's more for arrows. I just have to decide here. Anyway, they're easy to beat though, and easy to find. Let's actually saw. Okay, now let's buy everything, and then we'll need to sell off even more when we upgrade, so. And then I'm sure we'll definitely regret selling off all of that luminous. Yeah. Now everything will be extra difficult to navigate. Yeah, let's keep going. Like I said, we'll just come through much later. Look at this other guy also just obeying the speed limit. How am I doing on shrines anyway? Okay, 2 more to the next upgrade. That's fine. Oh, food. Might need ingredients. Except no. We haven't filled anything in yet, so.
Hi.
Right, we need to do that first. That's okay. Some other time. Yeah, we'll probably log off fairly quickly here. Like to get back to stable first if we can. We totally went the wrong way, didn't we? right, because we kind of need to go back this way. How did it push? Okay. That can be done. Don't quite remember some of these old pathways, so... I think we have taken this down previously. Just go around. Yeah, we got this one a long while ago. And that may be the end of this ride here, given that this is not really going to continue. Alright. Oh, that's a bad idea. That's okay. It survived. Bit rough, though. Well, given that, I think we'll probably just stop at our next port of call. We have been over there. So I guess we didn't really take the ideal route. Get back to where we wanted to be, but we'll just end mind for next time. Do we want to take these guys now? Maybe not. They're not hard, but just like to get from point A to point B today. Just to at least see what the material costs are going to be. Yeah, if we just go stable to stable over here, then I think we'll be fine. So we might have made a slight mess of the route, but that's okay. We'll take it as a research opportunity. Yeah, we're pretty close, so. And of course this thing is just going to get the drop on me. I mean, ideally we pick the boat up, except the current's going the wrong way, so... If we felt comfortable expending some more fans, that would have solved the problem quickly. But we'll do things the long way. And then we'll probably stop fairly soon. Yeah, in fact, in the interest of... well, just how many things we could possibly run into along here, I think we'll probably... just log off at this point instead, so... yeah, we'll continue this next time. And we'll just wrap up around here for now. At this location. Since we kind of need to get things back in order anyway, especially because, you know, this guy is going to give us a new quest to work with, and that's something we can begin in the next episode, because we'll be slightly diverted by it anyway. So we'll probably just sign off from here, and then we'll do so right after taking the quest. Maze gone missing. Well, we'll do that next time. Maybe even stand here with our fellow reporter and see what is worth investigating. Alright, so that'll be it for today. We are en route to unlock both fairy fountains at once. And I prefer to just take my time with that, so instead of trying to cram it as we've already been doing with the big stumble through Kakariko that we experienced just now. So, thanks for watching. That's it for today. We'll see if we can pass you forward to somebody else. And until we are back for even more, probably just the next day. Have a wonderful day ahead of you. Enjoy whatever it is you are playing or watching. And as always, fare thee well.